Greetings, my fellow adventurers. It's Elara. Welcome back to our cozy sanctuary, where the echoes of bravery and the whispers of untamed lands weave together a tale of courage, defiance, and liberation. Tonight, I am thrilled to share with you the inspiring story of Arya Stark, a fearless explorer whose journey carried her to unknown shores and into the heart of a people oppressed by tyranny. This is a story where the fire of rebellion ignites hope, and one woman's determination reshapes the fate of a nation. So, find your coziest spot. Let the glow of flickering firelight and the murmurs of an ancient forest surround you, and prepare to venture into a world where the fight for justice and the bonds of unity illuminate the path to freedom. Let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and which tales of adventure you'd love to hear next. If you'd like to support the channel, you can join the Griffin's Nest on Patreon for ad-free and background music-free versions of stories. Let's begin. The sea was endless, a restless expanse of gray beneath an equally dour sky. Arya Stark stood at the bow of the winter's wind, her sharp eyes scanning the horizon. She had long since lost count of how many days had passed since she had left Westeros behind. The familiar shores of her homeland were little more than a distant memory now, replaced by the unknown beckoning her forward. Somewhere beyond the horizon lay the answers she sought, not for others, but for herself. She was no longer Arya of Winterfell. She wasn't a lady, a wolf, or a faceless apprentice. She was simply Arya, a wanderer carried by the wind and her own restless heart. The ship rocked gently beneath her feet as the captain, a sharp-eyed Bravosi named Oren, called orders to his crew. The winter's wind had been Arya's home for weeks, a sturdy vessel carrying her across the vast waters of the Sunset Sea. Oren, a man who valued coin as much as survival, had initially balked at Arya's plan to sail west into uncharted waters. But her gold, and the fire in her eyes, had been enough to persuade him. Now, as the ship neared an unknown landmass, his apprehension was written plainly on his weathered face. "There's something ahead," Oren said, approaching Arya. His voice was gruff, but his tone betrayed his unease. "Land, I think, but it's not on any map I've ever seen." Arya turned her gaze to the horizon, where a jagged line had appeared against the sky. Mountains, dark and foreboding, rose like sentinels from the sea. Beyond them, the faint outline of a dense forest stretched into the distance. The sight stirred something deep within Arya, a mix of anticipation and caution. "We'll anchor here," Oren continued, his tone firm. "You can take a dinghy to the shore, but I'll not risk my ship or my crew any further." Arya nodded. "I didn't expect you to." The small rowboat creaked as Arya and two sailors made their way toward the shore. The waves lapped against the hull, their rhythm steady and unbroken. Arya's hand rested on Needle, the sword she had carried through battles and journeys alike. The feel of its hilt was a comfort, a reminder of who she was and what she was capable of. As they drew closer, the details of the land became clearer. The forest was thick, its trees ancient and towering. Vines hung like curtains from their branches, and the air seemed to shimmer with an almost unnatural stillness. The sailors exchanged uneasy glances, their oars cutting through the water in measured strokes. When the boat scraped against the sand, Arya was the first to step ashore. The ground beneath her boots was firm, the air heavy with the scent of earth and salt. She glanced back at the sailors, who hesitated at the edge of the boat. "Stay here," she said. "I'll go alone." One of the sailors, a burly man with a scar running down his cheek, shook his head. "We shouldn't linger too long. This place, it feels wrong." Arya offered him a faint smile. "I'll be quick." She moved into the forest, needle at her side and her senses alert. The trees seemed to close in around her, their gnarled branches forming a canopy that blocked out much of the light. The air was cooler here, carrying a faint whisper that might have been the wind, or something else entirely. Arya's journey through the forest was slow and deliberate. She moved like a shadow, her years of training with the faceless men lending her an almost preternatural silence. The ground was covered in moss and fallen leaves, muffling her steps. Birds called to one another from the treetops, their songs sharp and unfamiliar. It wasn't long before she came across signs of life, though not the kind she had hoped for. A trail of smoke rose in the distance, its source hidden by the dense foliage. Arya followed it, her heart steady, but her mind racing. The smoke grew thicker as she drew closer, and the faint sound of voices reached her ears. She crouched behind a cluster of bushes, her sharp eyes taking in the scene before her. A group of men, dressed in dark leather armor, stood around a fire. Their faces were grim, their weapons close at hand. Beyond them, a wagon laden with sacks and crates stood idle, its wheels caked in mud. Arya watched in silence, her mind piecing together the scene. The men were clearly soldiers, or bandits, perhaps. Their presence here felt out of place, as though they didn't belong in this wild and untamed land. Her instincts told her to stay hidden, but a flicker of movement caught her attention. A figure emerged from the shadows, their hands bound, and their face obscured by a hood. They stumbled as one of the soldiers shoved them forward, their knees hitting the ground with a muffled thud. Arya's jaw tightened. The leader of the group, a tall man with a cruel smirk, crouched before the captive. He spoke in a language Arya didn't understand, his tone mocking. When the captive didn't respond, he struck them across the face, the sound echoing through the clearing. Arya's hand tightened around Needle's hilt. She hadn't come here to play hero, but something about the scene before her struck a chord. The figure's posture, their defiance in the face of cruelty. It reminded her of the prisoners she had seen in King's Landing, the ones who had stood tall even as Joffrey's men dragged them to their deaths. She didn't wait to think. Moving with the practiced precision of a wolf, Arya stepped into the clearing. Needle gleamed in her hand, its point steady as she leveled it at the nearest soldier. "Let them go," she said, her voice cold and commanding. The men turned to her, their expressions a mix of surprise and amusement. The leader straightened, his smirk widening as he took in her small frame and unassuming appearance. "And who might you be?" he asked, his accent thick, but his words understandable. Arya didn't answer. She took a step forward, her eyes never leaving his. The man chuckled. "Brave little bird, aren't you? But you're outnumbered." "I've faced worse," Arya said evenly. The man's smirk faltered, and he glanced at his men. "Kill her." The first soldier lunged at Arya, his sword swinging in a wide arc. She sidestepped easily, needle flashing as it found the gap between his armor. The man fell with a grunt, and the clearing erupted into chaos. Arya moved like water, her movements fluid and precise. Needle struck true, its point finding flesh with unerring accuracy. The soldiers were strong, but they were uncoordinated, their confidence faltering as Arya cut them down one by one. The leader was the last to fall. He fought harder than the others, his blows heavy and deliberate. But Arya was faster, her smaller frame allowing her to slip past his guard. Needle found his heart, and he fell to his knees, his smirk replaced by a look of disbelief. Arya pulled her blade free and turned to the captive who had remained motionless throughout the fight. She knelt before her, her voice softer now. "You're safe," she said. "They won't hurt you." The captive raised her head, her hood falling back to reveal a young woman with dark eyes and a face marked by dirt and bruises. She looked at Arya with a mix of fear and gratitude, her lips trembling as she spoke. "They'll come for you," she whispered. "You don't know what you've done." Arya frowned. "Who will come?" The woman's eyes filled with tears. "The dictator. He owns everything here. Every life, every soul. You've killed his men. He won't stop until you're dead." Arya felt a chill run through her, but she didn't let it show. She stood, helping the woman to her feet. "Then let him come," Arya said, her voice steady. "I'm not afraid of tyrants." As the forest grew silent once more, Arya felt the weight of the woman's words settle over her. She hadn't come here to start a fight, but if that's what this land required, she wouldn't turn away. The journey west had only just begun. The forest air was thick with silence, as though it were holding its breath. Arya Stark crouched in the shadow of a twisted tree, her sharp gaze scanning the clearing ahead. The young woman she had freed the night before, Saria, stood beside her, trembling but determined. They had fled the scene of the skirmish, leaving the fallen soldiers behind, but Arya's instincts told her they were far from safe. Saria had spoken of a dictator who ruled this land with an iron grip, a man who claimed dominion over every soul in the region. His name was whispered with fear. Kadrin. Arya had never heard of him before, but the way Saria spoke made it clear he was a figure of cruelty and power, a man who wouldn't take the loss of his men lightly. They were moving north now, following a narrow path through the forest. Saria had insisted it would lead them to a hidden village, where those who opposed Kadrin's rule lived in secrecy. It was a risk, but Arya had no better plan. She wasn't here to save the world, but something about Saria's quiet strength and the terror she had endured compelled Arya forward. As they walked, Arya listened carefully to Saria's words, her voice soft but edged with bitterness. "Kadrin came to power 5 years ago," Saria explained, her hands clutching the tattered cloak Arya had given her. "He was once a general, a man respected for his leadership and cunning. But when the king of this land died without an heir, Kadrin took control. He claimed it was to maintain order, but it wasn't long before he showed his true nature. Arya glanced at her, her expression unreadable. And the people let him? Saria shook her head. Not at first. There were protests, uprisings, but Kydron crushed them all. He has a way of making people disappear. Those who oppose him are never seen again. Arya's grip tightened on Needle's hilt. She had seen men like Kydron before. Joffrey, Ramsay, the Night King. They all had one thing in common. They believed their power was absolute. But Arya knew better. Every tyrant had a weakness, a thread that could unravel even the most tightly woven web of control. "Why do you stay?" Arya asked after a moment. "Why not leave this place?" Saria hesitated, her dark eyes filled with a mix of anger and sorrow. "This is my home. My family. They're gone now, but I can't abandon the people who are left. Someone has to fight." Arya nodded, her respect for the young woman growing. Saria might not have a sword or years of training, but she had courage, and that was often more dangerous than any blade. By midday, they reached the edge of the forest and found themselves overlooking a small valley. Nestled within it was a village, its thatched roofs barely visible beneath a canopy of trees. Smoke rose from a handful of chimneys, and Arya could make out figures moving between the houses, their movements cautious and hurried. "This is it," Saria said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The village of Erin. It's one of the last places Kydron's men haven't found. Yet." Arya studied the scene below, noting the defensiveness in the villagers' posture. These were people who lived in constant fear, but they hadn't given up entirely. She turned to Saria. "Stay close," Arya said. "If this is a trap, I won't hesitate to fight my way out." Saria nodded, though Arya could see the nervousness in her eyes. Together, they descended the slope and entered the village. The moment they stepped into the open, the villagers froze, their gazes darting to Arya and Saria with a mixture of suspicion and hope. An older man stepped forward, his face lined with age and hardship. He carried a staff, but the way he held it suggested he had once wielded weapons far deadlier. "Saria?" the man said, his voice gruff but warm. "You're alive." Saria nodded, tears brimming in her eyes. "Elder Kaelin, I escaped, thanks to her." She gestured to Arya, who stood silently beside her. Kaelin's sharp eyes studied Arya, lingering on Needle at her side. "You're not from here." "No," Arya said simply. "But I can help." Kaelin raised an eyebrow. "Help? You killed Kydron's men, didn't you?" Arya didn't flinch. "They gave me no choice." Kaelin sighed, running a hand through his gray hair. "You've brought danger to our doorstep. Kydron won't let this go unanswered." "I don't plan on hiding," Arya said, her voice cold. "If he comes, I'll face him." Kaelin studied her for a long moment before nodding. "Come with me. There's something you need to see." Kaelin led Arya and Saria to a small hut at the edge of the village. Inside, the air was heavy with the scent of herbs and smoke. A woman sat by the fire, her hands busy grinding a mixture of plants in a mortar. She looked up as they entered, her piercing gaze meeting Arya's. "This is Lyra," Kaelin said. "She's our healer and our seer." Arya frowned. "Seer?" Lyra smiled faintly. "I see things others cannot. Visions, dreams. warnings. Arya crossed her arms, skepticism plain on her face. "And what do you see now?" Lyra's smile faded as her gaze grew distant. "I see fire and blood. I see a wolf walking among shadows, its path uncertain. And I see a man of great cruelty and fear. He watches you even now." Arya's jaw tightened. She didn't believe in prophecies, but she couldn't ignore the weight in Lyra's words. "What does it mean?" Saria asked, her voice trembling. "It means the fight is far from over," Lyra said. She turned to Arya. "You have the strength to face him, but strength alone won't be enough. You must be careful. Kadrin is no ordinary man." Arya's eyes narrowed. "Then what is he?" Lyra hesitated before speaking. "He is a man who has bargained with shadows. His power doesn't come from armies alone." Arya said nothing, her mind working quickly. She had faced magic before, but the thought of it still unsettled her. If Kadrin truly had power, beyond what she understood, the fight ahead would be more dangerous than she had anticipated. That night, Arya sat by the village's central fire, sharpening needle as she listened to the villagers' stories. They spoke of Kadrin's cruelty, of the disappearances, and of the fear that had gripped their land for years. Arya listened silently, her resolve hardening with every word. As the fire burned low, Saria sat beside her. "You don't have to stay," she said quietly. "You've already done more than anyone could have asked." Arya didn't look up from her blade. "I've seen what men like Kadrin can do. I won't leave until it's over." Saria nodded, a flicker of hope in her eyes. "Then we'll fight with you." Arya glanced at her, a faint smile touching her lips. "Good. We'll need all the help we can get." The fire crackled softly as the night deepened, and Arya felt the weight of the journey ahead settle over her. She had come here seeking adventure, but she had found something more. A cause worth fighting for. And Arya Stark had never been one to back down from a fight. The dawn broke over the village of Erin in muted tones, the sun a pale disk behind thick clouds that seemed to mirror the somber mood of its people. Arya Stark stood at the edge of the forest, her sharp gaze fixed on the horizon. The wind carried with it the faint smell of smoke, a reminder of the soldiers she had dispatched just days ago. Kadrin's shadow loomed over the land, and Arya knew it was only a matter of time before his retaliation arrived. Behind her, the villagers bustled with quiet urgency. Under Arya's guidance, they were preparing for a confrontation they had spent years avoiding. Makeshift barricades were being erected, weapons sharpened, and supplies gathered. It wasn't much, mostly spears and bows cobbled together from salvaged materials. But it was all they had. Arya moved among them, offering sharp instructions and occasional words of encouragement. The Stark in her blood had always been a leader, even if she hadn't sought the role. "Are you sure this is wise?" Kaelin asked, approaching her with a grim expression. The village elder had been reluctant from the start, but Arya's determination had swayed even him. "Kadrin's forces outnumber us. We might hold them off for a time, but we can't win." Arya glanced at him, her expression unreadable. "We don't need to win. We just need to make them bleed." Kaelin frowned, but he didn't argue. He knew as well as Arya did that Khaedron's rule was built on fear. If they could shatter that fear, even for a moment, it might be enough to spark something greater. As the villagers worked, Arya found herself drawn to Saria, who was meticulously stringing a bow near the central fire. Despite her slender frame and gentle demeanor, Saria's hands moved with steady precision, her dark eyes focused. Arya crouched beside her, watching in silence for a moment before speaking. "You've done this before," Arya said, her tone more observation than question. Saria glanced at her, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "My father taught me. He said it was important to know how to defend myself, even if I never needed to." Arya nodded. He was right. They worked side by side for a while, the quiet companionship a small comfort amidst the tension. Saria broke the silence first. "Do you think we can do this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Do you think we can win?" Arya didn't look up from the dagger she was sharpening. "I've seen people do impossible things when they have no other choice." Saria nodded, though the worry in her eyes didn't fade. "And what about you? Why are you really here?" Arya paused, the question hanging in the air. She had asked herself the same thing more times than she could count. She could have stayed in Winterfell, living quietly with her family. She could have traveled to Braavos or beyond, seeking adventure for its own sake. But she had chosen this path, even before she understood why. "I'm here because I want to be," Arya said finally. "Because if someone like Khaedron can exist, then it's up to people like us to stop him." Saria didn't reply, but the faint smile that returned to her lips was answer enough. As the day wore on, Arya and the villagers scouted the surrounding forest, searching for vantage points and potential ambush sites. The terrain was rugged, with dense undergrowth and jagged rocks that could serve as both obstacle and advantage. Arya's years of surviving in the wild had taught her to see the land not just as a battlefield, but as an ally. Kaelin and a few of the older villagers led her to a narrow ravine that cut through the forest, its steep walls lined with precarious boulders. Arya studied the terrain, her mind already formulating a plan. "If we lure them here," Arya said, pointing to the narrowest part of the ravine, "we can use the high ground to our advantage. A few well-placed archers could rain arrows down on them, while the rest of us hold the choke point." Kaelin stroked his beard thoughtfully. "It's risky. If they break through, we'll be trapped." "They won't break through," Arya said firmly. "We'll make sure of it." The villagers exchanged uneasy glances, but Arya's confidence was contagious. By the time they returned to the village, even Kaelin seemed more determined. That night, as the villagers gathered around the central fire, Arya addressed them. She stood tall, her voice steady and clear. "I know you're scared," she began, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. "I've seen fear like this before, in the faces of people who thought they had no chance, no hope. But I've also seen what happens when people fight back." She paused, letting her words sink in. "Khaedron rules through fear, but he's just a man. Men can be killed. If we stand together, if we fight with everything we have, we can show him that we're not afraid. We can show him that his time is over." The villagers murmured among themselves, their fear mingling with a growing spark of defiance. Arya stepped back, allowing Callan to take her place. "We fight at dawn," Callan said, his voice carrying the weight of years. "May the gods watch over us." The attack came sooner than Arya expected. Shortly before dawn, the sound of hoofbeats echoed through the forest, accompanied by the harsh clatter of steel. Arya was already awake, her senses sharp as she moved through the village, ensuring everyone was in position. The air was thick with tension, each breath feeling heavier than the last. The first wave of soldiers crashed against the village's defenses with brutal force. They were well armed and disciplined, their dark armor gleaming in the pale light. But Arya and the villagers were ready. Arrows rained down from the rooftops, and the makeshift barricades held firm. Arya moved through the chaos like a shadow, needle flashing in the dim light. She struck with precision, her blade finding the gaps in armor and felling her enemies with ruthless efficiency. Around her, the villagers fought with a ferocity born of desperation, their fear giving way to determination. Despite their efforts, the soldiers pressed forward, their superior numbers threatening to overwhelm the defenders. Arya shouted orders, her voice cutting through the din of battle. "Fall back to the ravine," she called. "Draw them in." The villagers retreated in an orderly fashion, luring the soldiers into the narrow pass. Just as Arya had planned, the archers stationed above rained arrows down on the advancing enemy, their aim deadly. The soldiers faltered, their ranks thinning as they struggled to push forward. But Kydran's men were relentless. Arya could see their leader among them, a towering figure in black armor, his presence commanding. He raised his sword, shouting orders that rallied his troops. Arya gritted her teeth, her grip tightening on needle. The battle was far from over, but she could feel the tide beginning to shift. For the first time, she saw fear in the eyes of her enemies. Fear of the villagers who refused to submit, and of the girl who fought like a wolf. As the sun rose over the forest, the ravine echoed with the sounds of battle. Arya knew this was only the beginning, but for now, they had won a small victory. And in a land ruled by fear, even the smallest victory could ignite a fire of hope. The forest was eerily quiet, save for the rustling of leaves in the cold morning breeze. Arya Stark stood at the edge of the ravine, needle sheathed at her side, her sharp gaze fixed on the bodies of Kydran's soldiers scattered below. The villagers had fought bravely, their makeshift defenses holding against an enemy that had once seemed invincible, yet the air still carried a heavy tension, a reminder that the fight was far from over. The villagers were regrouping near the edge of the forest, tending to the wounded and gathering what supplies they could salvage from the battlefield. Arya moved among them, her presence steady and commanding. They looked to her now, not as an outsider, but as a leader. It wasn't a role she had sought, but it was one she had taken willingly. Callan approached her, his staff tapping softly against the ground. His face was lined with exhaustion, but his eyes held a glimmer of hope. "We did well," he said, though his tone carried a note of caution. "But Kydran won't let this go unanswered. He'll come back with more men, better armed, and angrier than before." Arya nodded, her expression unreadable. "Let him come. We'll be ready." As the sun climbed higher, Arya called a meeting in the village's central clearing. The villagers gathered around her, their faces a mixture of exhaustion and determination. Arya stood at her side, her bow slung over one shoulder, and her dark eyes scanning the crowd. "We bought ourselves some time," Arya began, her voice steady and clear. "But Kaelin's right. Kadrin won't stop until this village is ashes. If we stay here, we'll be overrun." A murmur rippled through the crowd, but Arya raised a hand to silence it. "We need to take the fight to him," she continued. "We know his men will come from the south, where his fortress lies. If we move quickly, we can strike before he has a chance to regroup. We take out his stronghold, and we cut the head off the snake." The villagers exchanged uneasy glances. They had fought well in defense of their home, but the idea of marching on Kadrin's fortress was a different kind of battle altogether. "It's suicide," one man said, his voice trembling. "We're farmers, not warriors." Arya's gaze hardened. "You've already proven you're more than farmers. You stood against Kadrin's men and won. Now we need to finish what we started." Saria stepped forward, her voice calm but firm. "Arya's right. If we wait, we'll lose everything. But if we fight now, we have a chance." Kaelin nodded slowly, his expression grim. "It's a risk, but it may be our only chance." The villagers moved quickly, gathering what weapons and supplies they could carry. Arya led the way, scouting ahead as the group made their way south through the dense forest. The terrain was rough, the ground uneven and littered with roots and rocks. But Arya moved with the practiced ease of a wolf, her senses sharp and her instincts honed by years of survival. As they traveled, Saria walked beside her, her steps quick and light. "Do you think we can really do this?" she asked, her voice low. Arya glanced at her, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "I wouldn't be here if I didn't." Saria nodded, her grip tightening on her bow. "You've faced worse, haven't you?" Arya's smile faded, her mind flashing back to the battles she had fought. The Night King, the Freys, the long years of training in Bravos. "Worse," she said simply. They fell into silence, the weight of the journey pressing down on them. The villagers behind them moved in a tense line, their weapons clutched tightly, and their faces set with determination. By nightfall, they reached the edge of the forest, where the trees thinned and gave way to rolling hills. In the distance, Kadrin's fortress loomed, a dark silhouette against the fading light. The stronghold was massive, its high walls and sharp towers a testament to the tyrant's power. Torches flickered along the battlements, and the faint sound of voices drifted on the wind. Arya crouched behind a cluster of rocks, her keen eyes studying the fortress. The villagers gathered around her, their breaths shallow as they took in the sight. "It's heavily guarded," Kaelin said, his voice low. "We'll never get in without being seen." "We don't need to go through the front gate," Arya replied. She pointed to the eastern side of the fortress, where a narrow river wound its way through the hills. "That river likely feeds into the fortress. There could be a waterway, a drain, something we can use to get inside." Kaelin frowned. "And if there isn't?" Arya's expression didn't waver. "Then we make one." The plan was set, and as the moon rose high above, Arya led a small group toward the eastern side of the fortress. The river was shallow but fast-moving, its waters glinting silver in the moonlight. Arya waded in without hesitation, the cold water biting at her legs as she moved upstream. Saria and a handful of the most able villagers followed, their movements cautious but determined. They reached a small grate embedded in the fortress wall, its bars rusted but sturdy. Arya inspected it closely, her fingers tracing the edges of the metal. "This is it," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "We'll need to remove the grate quietly. No noise." The villagers set to work, using whatever tools they had to loosen the bars. Arya kept watch, her ears straining for any sound of approaching guards. The minutes dragged on, each second feeling heavier than the last. Finally, the grate came free, and Arya slipped through the opening, her body moving with practiced precision. The passage was narrow and damp, the air thick with the smell of moss and decay. She moved quickly, her instincts guiding her through the darkness. The passage opened into a dimly lit chamber, its walls lined with barrels and crates. Arya motioned for the others to follow, her hand tightening on Needle's hilt. "Stay close," she whispered, "and stay quiet." The group moved through the fortress like shadows, their steps silent and their breaths controlled. Arya led them with unerring confidence, her senses attuned to every sound and movement. They passed through storerooms and corridors, avoiding patrols and slipping into the darkness whenever footsteps approached. Finally, they reached the heart of the fortress, a grand hall where Kydran's banner hung above a massive iron throne. The hall was empty, but Arya could feel the weight of the tyrant's presence. This was his domain, a place built on fear and blood. Saria stepped beside her, her voice barely audible. "What now?" Arya's gaze hardened. "We wait." As the night deepened, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the hall. Kydran entered, flanked by a dozen heavily armed guards. He was a towering figure, his dark armor gleaming and his face shadowed by a cruel sneer. He moved with the confidence of a man who believed himself untouchable. Arya stepped forward, her voice cutting through the silence. "Kydran!" The tyrant froze, his eyes narrowing as he spotted her. "Who dares?" Arya didn't let him finish. In a blur of motion, she drew needle and lunged forward, her blade flashing in the dim light. The battle had begun. Kydran's iron voice echoed through the grand hall as his guards surged forward, swords drawn and shields raised. Arya Stark stood her ground, needle poised in her hand like an extension of her very self. The villagers who had followed her into the heart of Kydran's fortress hesitated for only a moment before rallying behind her. Their fear was tangible, but Arya's confidence was a beacon in the storm. "You dare defy me?" Kydran snarled, his voice a deep, resonant growl that carried the weight of a man unaccustomed to challenge. Arya's lips curled into a faint smirk. "I've defied worse." With those words, she lunged forward, needle flashing in the dim torchlight. Her blade was quick, precise, and unrelenting, finding the gaps in armor and cutting down the first of Kydran's men before they could react. The villagers, emboldened by her fearlessness, joined the fray with a roar. Their weapons were crude, but their resolve made them formidable. The hall erupted into chaos. Steel clashed against steel, and the air filled with the shouts of men and the sharp cries of pain. Arya moved like a shadow through the melee, her years of training with the faceless men evident in every movement. She was a blur, her strikes lethal, and her steps calculated. The guards were disciplined, but they were no match for the wolf of Winterfell. As the battle raged, Arya's eyes remained fixed on Cadrin. He stood at the far end of the hall, his hand resting on the hilt of a massive sword. He watched the fight with a mixture of fury and disbelief, as though the very idea of rebellion was an affront to his existence. When Arya dispatched the last of his guards with a swift strike to the throat, he stepped forward, his heavy boots echoing on the stone floor. "You think you can kill me?" he said, his voice low and dangerous. "You're just a girl." Arya didn't respond. Words were unnecessary. She met his gaze, her expression cold and unyielding, and raised needle in a silent challenge. Cadrin unsheathed his sword, the massive blade gleaming in the flickering light. It was a weapon designed to intimidate, its sheer size a testament to the man's arrogance. He moved with surprising speed, his first strike aimed to cleave Arya in two. She sidestepped effortlessly, her smaller size allowing her to slip beneath his guard. Their duel was a stark contrast to the chaotic battle that had preceded it. Where Cadrin relied on brute strength, Arya was precise and agile, her movements honed by years of survival and training. She darted around him, needle flashing as she tested his defenses. Cadrin's strikes were powerful but clumsy, each swing of his blade leaving him open to counterattacks. The villagers watched in tense silence as Arya and Cadrin circled each other. For them, this fight was more than a clash of blades. It was a battle for their future. Saria stood among them, her bow drawn but her hands trembling. She knew that Arya had faced worse enemies, but Cadrin was unlike any foe they had encountered. His sheer presence seemed to fill the room, a reminder of the fear he had instilled in them for years. Arya pressed the attack, needle slicing through the air with deadly precision. Cadrin deflected her strikes with his massive sword, each clash of steel sending sparks into the air. He was strong, but Arya was faster. She moved like a predator, her strikes calculated to wear him down. Still, Cadrin was relentless, his swings forcing her to stay on the defensive. "You'll die here," Cadrin growled, his voice heavy with disdain. "And these people will die with you." Arya's expression didn't change. "I've already died once," she said, her voice cold. "You don't scare me." Cadrin's eyes narrowed, and he lunged forward with a powerful strike. Arya sidestepped, her blade slicing across his exposed arm. He roared in pain, his blood staining the stone floor, but he didn't falter. Instead, his attacks grew more frenzied, his movements fueled by rage. The tide of the fight shifted when Cadrin made a critical mistake. He swung too wide, his massive blade embedding itself in one of the stone pillars that lined the hall. Arya seized the opportunity, darting forward with needle aimed for his chest. Cadrin managed to twist away at the last moment, the blade slicing across his side instead of finding its mark. He stumbled, blood dripping from his wounds, but his glare was as fierce as ever. "You think this will change anything?" he spat. "I am this land. You can kill me, but you can't kill what I've built." Arya didn't respond. She stepped forward, her movements measured and deliberate, and raised needle for the final strike. Cadrin roared, swinging his blade in a desperate arc. But Arya was faster. She ducked beneath his strike and drove needle deep into his heart. His eyes widened in shock, and for a moment, the room was silent save for the sound of his labored breathing. "You're wrong," Arya said softly, her voice cutting through the stillness. "You're not this land. These people are." Kadrin collapsed to his knees, his sword clattering to the ground. He tried to speak, but no words came. With one final shuddering breath, he fell forward, lifeless. The hall remained silent for several long moments as the villagers stared at Kadrin's body. Then, slowly, a cheer began to rise. It started with Saria, her voice trembling with emotion, and soon the others joined in, their cries echoing through the fortress. They had done it. They had defeated the tyrant who had ruled their lives for so long. Arya stepped back, her breathing heavy but her expression calm. She turned to the villagers, her gaze steady. "It's over," she said simply. Kaelin approached her, his eyes filled with gratitude. "You've given us our freedom," he said. "We'll never forget this." Arya shook her head. "You earned your freedom. I just showed you how to fight for it." The days that followed were a blur of activity. The villagers dismantled the fortress, tearing down the symbols of Kadrin's rule and reclaiming the land for themselves. Arya helped where she could, her presence a quiet reminder of what they had accomplished. Saria stayed close to her, their bond growing stronger with each passing day. When the time came for Arya to leave, the villagers gathered to see her off. They offered her gifts, simple tokens of their gratitude, but Arya accepted only a small pouch of supplies. She had no need for riches or rewards. Her journey wasn't over. "You'll always have a home here," Saria said, her voice soft but firm. Arya smiled faintly. "Thank you, but my home is somewhere else." With that, she turned and walked away, her steps light but purposeful. The road stretched out before her, filled with endless possibilities. She didn't know where it would lead, but she knew one thing for certain. She would face whatever came with the same courage and determination that had carried her this far. As the forest closed around her, Arya felt a quiet sense of peace. The world was vast, and she was ready to explore it. One step at a time, one adventure at a time. As the tale of Arya Stark and her daring journey to liberate an oppressed people from the grip of tyranny draws to a close, let this story remind us of the unyielding strength of courage, the fire of defiance, and the enduring fight for freedom. Through her fierce determination and the bond she forged with those who chose to rise, we discover that even in the darkest corners of the world, hope and justice can triumph against the mightiest of foes. Thank you for joining me tonight, my fellow adventurers. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with the echoes of bravery, the warmth of unity, and the endless promise of new adventures waiting to ignite your imagination. Good night.